One.
All right. Michelle, are you ready? Thank you. We will begin. We'll go on the record and begin our hearing. And the first docketed item, well, before I get started, I should note that we have a full quorum. All members of the board are here today. And it's a little bit unusual. I have a legal bodyguard sitting next to me today because these matters are a little bit more complex than perhaps we normally have come before us. So in case everybody noticed, Mr. Begley is here to help advise me on matters that a non-attorney as myself may not understand, so he can counsel me. So we'll move on to the matters before us. The first item is docket number 2022-003, cause number 130-11, in the matter of the request for agency action of Altamont Energy Operating LLC. This matter was originally scheduled to be heard before a hearing examiner, and after that process was begun, I think all parties recognized that this was a matter that should have come before the board. We appreciate your patience, Mr. Mayo, in going through this process. It was our mistake in not hearing this matter first and sending it to a hearing examiner. I apologize.
Thank you. No apology necessary, but thank you.
And we will hear the matter, but just as a request, when you come before the microphone, please state your name, spell it so that the court reporter can make an accurate record. So after saying all that, we'll take appearances of counsel.
Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear on behalf of Altamont Energy Operating, the petitioner.
And Haley Souza on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you. Mr. Mayo, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I said, Mitch Mayo on behalf of Altamont Energy Operating, LLC. With me today are Mr. John Oburn, consulting landman for Altamont, Mr. Mike Decker, if you raise your hand, Executive Vice President and Chief Operations Officer for Altamont, and Mr. Alan Burzlaff. He's a reservoir consulting petroleum reservoir engineer. I'd like to have the court reporter swear in these three witnesses at this time, if that's okay.
No,
Will you raise your right hands, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. The resumes of Mr. Oburn, Mr. Burzlaff, and Mr. Decker have been submitted as petitioners exhibits U1, U3, and U4, respectively. If separately asked about the contents of their resumes, they all would confirm the same is true. Mr. Oburn testified before this board a couple years ago in an Altamont spacing matter. He will be testifying today as a fact witness. The other two witnesses, Mr. Decker and Mr. Burzlaff, will both be qualified as experts during their testimony. Also, with the board's permission, I'll be moving for admission of my exhibits at the close of our case in chief, if that's okay.
Yes.
Excuse me. We are here today to request the establishment of 16 1,280 acre drilling and spacing units, stand-up drilling units, and 32 640 acre drilling units just northwest of the city of Roosevelt. Specifically Township 1 South, Range 2 West, sections 1 through 28 and 33 through 36. The requested drilling units are for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River-Wasatch formations. The relief requested is similar to and consistent with relief granted by this board in numerous prior causes, including some contiguous causes to the lands here at issue. Cause number 139-153, 139-154, 139-157, 139, 159, and 139, 163. The establishment of the requested drilling units requested by Altamont here today necessitates the modification of spacing order 13984, which authorized the drilling of up to 4 vertical directional wells per 640 acre drilling unit with 1,320 foot inner well setbacks and 660 foot lease line setbacks. As has been done in the past, Altamont respectfully requests that the board take judicial notice or administrative notice to the extent it feels comfortable doing so of the orders and exhibits in those prior contiguous causes mentioned, cause 139, 153, 154, 157, 159, and 163. To the extent and for the purpose that these orders conform to the board's stated objective of conforming spacings to the realities that develop in the basin. The board has jurisdiction over this cause pursuant to Utah Code 40-6-5 and -6. Notice was provided to all interest owners and to all relevant governmental agencies. Each of these mailings was sent either to the address provided by the governmental agency or to the last known address of record, as determined in the office of the Duchesne County Recorder. Several of these mailings were returned undeliverable. Some included a notice regarding a revised or new address, and when they did so, we mailed a subsequent copy to that address. In addition, notice was published in the Uinta Basin Standard on February 2nd, the Deseret News on February 4th, and in the Salt Lake Tribune on February 6th of 2022. No one has filed a protest or objection of the requested issue in this cause, nor have we received a division memorandum regarding this request. However, one comment letter was timely filed in this cause. Mr. Robert Adkins requested an address correction in an email dated January 18th, 2022. A subsequent mailing was sent to Mr. Adkins at the address he requested. In addition to that, I've been in communication with and understand that a mineral and surface owner from the basin, Miss Rosemary Wall, plans to offer public comment at the conclusion of our proceeding. In short, this is a standard request for horizontal spacing. All legal requirements have been met, and no one has objected to the relief requested. With that, I will begin with my examination of Mr. Ober. John, could you begin by stating your name and business address for the record and spell your last name for the court reporter, if you could?
John L. Oburn Jr., and that would be Obourn at 2713 West Long Drive, Suite A, Littleton, Colorado, 80120.
And what is your current position with Altamont or working relationship?
I'm a contract landman, and I have worked with Altamont from its inception for Uinta Basin assets. Prior to that, worked with companies in the Uinta Basin going back to 1983. All of these have had general land matters required that include assistance on sales, acquisitions, county record running for title reports, and preparation for materials used for notifications, hearings of this nature.
Okay. And in that role, do you exercise a supervisory role over the land records associated with the lands that are here at issue today?
Yes.
And could you please provide the corporate and bonding status for Altamont?
Altamont is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business in Denver, Colorado, actually Greenwood Village, Colorado. Altamont is fully and appropriately bonded with all federal, state, and tribal entities.
And I'd like to remind the board, Mr. Ober is testifying as a fact witness today, so there's no need to qualify him as an expert, although I can assure you he is. With this, we can turn to your first exhibit. Do you recognize, I'm going to show you collective set of exhibits. Exhibit, and you can look at the screen here if you'd like to follow along. Exhibit A, Exhibit B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes,
And were they prepared by you or under your direction or supervision?
yes.
Okay. Beginning with Exhibit A, can you orient the board as to where the lands at issue are today?
These would be the subject lands for this notice, for this hearing. Duchesne County, Township 1 South, Range 2 West. The red outline is approximately 4 miles northwest of the town of Roosevelt and 1 mile southwest of the town of Neola.
Okay. And Exhibit B, could you please explain how you delivered notice and to whom?
A check of internal Altamont records, because Altamont operates numerous wells within the red boundary. So Altamont has names of owners, addresses, address changes that have been requested over time because these assets were drilled in the early 70s. And so because Altamont produces those now, they have internal records for many of the parties within the red outline. So the red outline is approximately 32 sections, and these were this is for the requested drill site spacing units as part of this agency request. We also ran the county records and the state records and the federal records for ownerships of parties that would be subject to this notice. The blue dashed line, it's approximately 13 sections. This denotes the half-mile notice buffer. And so those parties were also researched. In some cases, Altamont operates wells within those boundaries. In some cases, Altamont is a working interest owner in other people's wells within those boundaries. But all of those were checked from internal records and the county records to also provide notice to all parties for this matter, and those notices would have been mailed.
Okay. Exhibit C, can you please talk the board through ownership in the lands at issue?
This map represents the compilation of mineral ownership. As you can see, the white is, well, the red boundary is this cause number. The white would be fee mineral ownership, so private minerals. And then you're going to have tribal, state, and BLM. The fee ownership is approximately 79.5% of the outline. The tribal ownership, 14%. The state, 5%. And 1.5% for the BLM.
So predominantly private landowners.
Yes.
Okay. Now Exhibit D, can you talk through this quickly with the board?
This exhibit, again, shows the red outline of our requested action, and the surrounding colors are 1,280 acre drill site spacing units that have had requests made and approved for the drill site spacing units.
Okay. And are those, it's my understanding, and maybe not, do you know the underlying order that those all modified? The underlying
Yes,
spacing order?
those all amended order 139-84 from November 2008, which is the existing order for up to 4 vertical wells per 640 acres.
And do you know whether those spacing orders are established stand-ups or laydowns or a little of each?
What you're seeing on the map there is a little bit of both. 139-153, which is going to be, that was Axia, let's see, 153, that'd be Axia, and I believe that is stand-ups. That is now operated by XCL. That was applied for in April of 2018. 139-154 is Crescent Point. Those were stand-ups, and that was May of 2018. 139-157, September of 2018, that is EP. Those are stand-ups. Let's see, 139-159, February 2019, also EP. Those are laydowns. And 139-163, and that was February 2019. That would be Altamont. Those would be stand-ups. Each of these spacing orders amends 139-84, and in a similar, if not identical manner as requested in this cause. Specifically, all of these allow for overlapping 640-acre short lateral horizontal wells and 1,280-acre long lateral horizontal wells, in addition to the vertical wells.
Okay. Exhibit E. Could you tell the board what this demonstrates?
Exhibit E depicts the existing vertical 640-acre spacing units. This would be the 4 wells per section that was established by 139-84. Altamont is requesting to maintain this existing spacing in addition to what's being applied for today. And like I said, this allows up to 4 vertical wells per 640. And then Altamont is also requesting the short lateral and long lateral in addition to these to be maintained.
Okay, so on these established and sought to be maintained 640-acre drilling and spacing units, these are the types of development that Altamont's requesting. Can you just explain these to the board, as I'm sure they've seen them or something like them before?
Okay, the existing is 139-84. That would be on the left. 4 vertical wells per section, and then on the right, those would be the 12 up to 12 short lateral horizontal wells that are being requested today.
Okay, so Altamont or a subsequent operator, if this is approved, could do either of those or a combination of those within a 640 drilling unit.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit G. Again, fairly self-explanatory, but if you could just walk through what this demonstrates.
Exhibit G represents the requested 1,280-acre drill site spacing units. There'd be 16 of them within the red outline or cause number, and these would be stand-up 1280s.
Okay.
Oh, and for long lateral horizontal wells.
Okay. And Exhibit H demonstrates a little bit of mixed development. Can you talk through the differences between the left side and the right side?
The depiction on the left would be the up to 12 long lateral horizontal wells that are being requested today in the 1,280-acre drill site spacing unit. The one on the right is a combination. It's an alternative. It's a possibility. It's not what you normally would see, but it would be something that would be available to the operator for development if for some reason it was needed. It would still be 12 wells, but it would be a combination of the short and the long lateral horizontal wells.
So the limit Altamont's requesting is for an operator to be able to place 12 horizontal well bores within a section.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's in consideration of exhibits A through H as you've presented here today. Do you believe the request before the board is the best possible way to ensure maximum resource recovery, protect correlative rights, and prevent waste?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Without that, if the division would like to ask questions of each witness individually or wait till the close of our case in chief, I'm done with Mr. Oburn now.
Division, do you have desire one way or the other to ask questions now or wait?
It would be my preference to ask questions after each witness, if that's okay.
That's okay.
And with the authorization of the board, Mr. Doucette has a question that he would like to ask.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, Dustin Doucette, Petroleum Engineer for the division. Just on this exhibit, just for clarification, on the right hand, you would also be able to still drill 2 short laterals. Those would still be available if you so chose, right?
In the north section,
Correct.
there, yes, in section 3. Yeah, so when I said 12 per section, not per drill site spacing unit.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions.
Okay.
Board members? Do you have questions of this witness that you'd like to ask? Mr. Moon?
Hi. So just a question on well spacing. Does this order specify the spacing between well bores? In other words, you have 12 wells here. Obviously, they're not all in the same zone. Would this be 4 wells in 3 zones or 6 wells in 2 zones? Or is that just left open to whatever you decide, once you know more?
I believe Mike Decker is going to be addressing that spacing from the geologic standpoint
Okay.
in his presentation.
And from a legal standpoint, I can answer at least, non-Altamont, but this is intended to be, like all 1280s, very flexible to meet the demands of the geology and what's going on. That being said, there are established setbacks in there between producing well bores, and there are, horizontal steps essentially to make sure that there aren't 12 wells placed in one horizon really close together, if that answers.
Any other questions, board members? Well, we'll turn it back over to you. Mr.
Thank
Mayo.
you. With that, Mr. Oberon, you done? I'd like to call Mike Decker. All right, Mr. Decker, will you please state your full name and spell your last name and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael Decker, Decker. Business address is 8490 East Crescent Parkway, Suite 100 in Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111. And for the board, most of the time I would not be dressed as casually, but as Mr. Moon came from the Uinta Basin, that's where I'm going right after this meeting's over. And I know it's cold and snowy that way, so I'm headed that way. So thank you very much for your time.
And did you mention your position at
I'm
Altamont?
Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. Now, before I begin with my examination of Mr. Decker, Altamont's Mike Decker is a trained geologist working as a geologist in the Uinta Basin for decades. Altamont's geologist is sick, has bronchitis, so he has stayed home. So I'm going to qualify or attempt to qualify Mr. Decker with division's indulgence here. Mr. Decker, could you please help educate the board and the division on why you should be qualified? Tell us a little bit about your education background, your work experience that's relevant to testifying as an expert in geology.
I'm a graduate of Colorado School of Mines in geological engineering and actually practice more engineering right now, but I'm also a certified professional licensed geologist in the state of Utah. And I've been practicing geology since 1981 in the state of Utah, working first in Grand County, and then more specifically now in the Uinta Basin since 1998. And I've been working consistently since that time, both as a geologist and as an engineer.
And how long have you been working this particular asset, would you say?
This asset, Altamont bought the Lynn properties out of bankruptcy, and we took over in May of 2018.
And would you say you're familiar with the geology in these lands, familiar enough to be able to testify about those intelligently today?
I am, thank you.
Okay. Division, any questions in response? Any objections to Mr. Decker as an expert in this?
The division doesn't object to Mr. Decker testifying as an expert.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have any objections to admitting Mr. Decker as a witness in this matter? Hearing none, he's admitted.
Okay, thank you.
Except that I'm a little bit confused by the bipolar nature of being an engineer and a geologist. How do you do that without going absolutely nuts?
I get asked that question quite a bit, so it's a valid question. Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you for that. Mr. Decker, I'm going to show you several exhibits, exhibits I through O, and then some supplemental exhibits that were also filed in this matter. I'm going to scroll through them, kind of slowly here. Exhibit I, J, K, L, M, N, O, and let's see. Supplemental exhibit V, W, and O2. I know that's a lot of exhibits, but do you recognize these exhibits?
I certainly do.
And were they prepared by you or under your direction or supervision?
They were.
Okay. Let me get back to where we started. Exhibit I. This is a type well. The board has seen plenty of these in the day, but can you quickly address what it is about this that's relevant to this hearing?
Okay, this is the type well, the Fritz 1424, 1 south, 2 west, within the area that we're looking at, getting the spacing for horizontal wells. It was drilled by Altamont and completed in June of 2019. And it shows, and it was drilled down to 14,170 feet. So it was drilled down into the Wasatch. So it's a deep well. But what it does show here are the targets that we'll be looking for. And this to kind of answer Mr. Moon's question from previously, we have these 6, 7 targets there, and really it's the shallower targets from the lower Green River down to the upper Wasatch Formation are the targets that we'd be looking for to develop with horizontal drilling. And the one thing too to note, because this is going to be important as we go forward in this discussion, is that the majority of these, in fact, almost all of them are below 9,000 feet. And you'll see that 9,000 feet is an important marker here with respect to the direction of the natural fracturing that's going on within this area.
So just to clarify, all of these 6 or 7 potential horizons that Altamont's anticipating targeting under this order with horizontal wells, all 6 of those lie at or below 9,000 feet in depth.
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit J.
Okay, Exhibit J is...
And actually, let's talk about J, K, and L together. So if you'd like to address either, just tell me and I'll jump around.
Sure. Exhibit J shows that we have 2 cross sections that go through the area. And we have A prime, which is an east-west cross section. We have B prime, which goes through the type log, the Fritz well, and being more of a north-south direction. And then we can move to the cross sections, Mitch. And both these cross sections, what their intent is, because there's a lot of information on here and it's scrunched together, and I understand that. But what it tries to show is that where we have the blue line marking the lower Green River interval, and then the upper Wasatch with the red line, that would be our targets. And just to show that there's continuity, whether you go east-west, whether you go north-south, the geology remains very much the same. And so that's what this shows, in addition to, again, the 9,000 foot marker here of that we're looking at, where we start seeing the difference between the 2 orogenic events that are affecting the natural fracturing going on within this part of the basin.
Okay, and do these also demonstrate what the type well from the Fritz demonstrated, that the formations Altamont's targeting here in this spacing are below 9,000 feet?
That is correct.
Okay, I know it's hard to see. Are they? That's it for that. I'm gonna move on to Exhibit M. This is another slide that has a lot of noise on it. Hopefully you can clarify and draw the board's attention to a couple items.
Okay. This is the beginning of showing the different orientations of the natural fracturing going on with this part of the basin. And if we take the wells these are rosette diagrams that were made from imaging logs that were run by Devon and that show the natural fracturing orientation. And so what we have here is that the rosette diagrams, which is what these are called, are ones that are oriented north, essentially north, northwest, south, southeast. Those are from the depths of 0 to essentially 9,000 feet. That is the shallow portion of the well. If we look at the wells that have an orientation more along the east-west direction, those are ones that are below 9,000 feet again. And so this is where we've been, leading up to this discussion and why it's important to show the 0 to 9,000 feet and then 9,000 feet below. And it has strictly due to tectonic stresses, orogenic matters that went ahead and caused we had the Wasatch essentially development, the Wasatch Front Range, and that regime. They created the east-west. That's where we are, the lower Green River at 9,000 feet and below. And then you have the Uinta development from 9,000 feet and above.
Okay, so this is a collection, I guess, to sum up, of publicly available data for wells. It's either been submitted in past hearings or you have access to through Devon that demonstrates essentially in wells in this area there are two separate stress regimes depending on depth.
There are, and the two rosette diagrams that are on the very north part of this diagram, those wells only went down to 86 to 9,000 feet. And so that's why you're not seeing two rosette diagrams there, because they did not extend into the deeper formations.
Okay. And these two, and let me just clarify, these two over here are pointing to the Mecca 2.8, and we'll see that maybe later, or I think later on in one of the slides. The Lamb 2.16 points to here.
Correct.
And the Powell well is located over here.
That is correct.
Okay. Moving on from this somewhat complicated slide into kind of more of a dissection of this dual stress regime scenario. This is titled Present Day Maximum Stress Direction. This is what the board is used to seeing as a rose plot diagram, a rosette diagram depicting the azimuth of an anticipated frac. Can you explain, exhibits N and O go in concert. Can you explain what these show?
What these show are the shallower natural fracturing directions. Again, on the more north, northwest, south, southeast. This is what we're seeing from 0 to essentially 9,000 feet. And that's what these two wells, and from their running the imaging logs that look at natural fracturing, that's what they show here in the shallow portion of the well. And then moving to the next one, this is doing the calculation of what this would look like with an ellipsoid and what we would think would be the drainage area and the hydraulic fracturing orientation and extent. And this is based on a model, and referring to the engineers to my left, which is based on FracPro. And so this is the information we have, because we don't have any microseismic data in which that has been done real time to monitor how the hydraulic fractures are occurring. So we base it on modeling, and that's where this comes from, is modeling using the FracPro software to generate the frac half lengths, and then matching the natural fracture orientation.
Okay, so to be clear, exhibits N and O, these depict the stress regime for what we've called the upper formations, the upper Green River, and those formations in the
Yes.
0 to 9,000 foot depth. Those are not, these two slides really don't apply to the depths being requested today. These are just illustrative of the alternative stress regime in the shallow.
That is correct. This would go to the Upper Green River, and then some members may know within the Upper Green River is also called the Mahogany. That would be this part of the interval as well.
Okay, so let's switch to supplemental exhibit V, and this shows a little more imaging log analysis, but it shows upper and lower. This is referencing the Powell 216B1, which we saw on the earlier exhibit M, is located approximately 3 miles, if I'm not mistaken, southeast of the spaced lands today.
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what this shows and how it dovetails with the testimony today?
The Powell 216B1 is a deeper well that went down to over 13,400 feet. And it shows the two stress regimes, the two different fracture orientations from the shallow portion of the wellbore and the deeper portion of the wellbore. And so what is on your left that shows from a depth of 6,500 feet down to 9,000 feet that we have that north-northwest, south-southeast orientation. Once we go below 9,000 feet, which is on the diagram on your right, you can see that the stress orientation, the natural fracturing changes direction to more of an east-west orientation. And this again comes into why we are looking at doing stand-up spacing units, because our targets are below 9,000 feet. And this is shown here as an example of what we're seeing on the imaging logs that look at natural fracturing.
Okay. And supplemental exhibit W also submitted. This references the LAM 216A2 well, which is in the heart of the lands under consideration today.
That is correct. And this once again shows the same natural fracture orientation. And I should add that this was analysis was done by Frontera Geosciences, some work that was completed when looking at the natural imaging logs in this area. And once again, the shallow interval from about 6,500 feet down to 9,000 feet, which again is on your left-hand side, goes and shows the north-northwest, south-southeast orientation. And then as we go from 9,000 feet to more than 13,400 feet, once again, we have a change in the natural fracture direction to more of an east-west direction. And again, that from 9,000 feet on, as I've been stating, does represent our primary targets for this horizontal program.
Okay. And that orientation matters a lot, like you said, for figuring out the best way to orient the wells, but also for calculating drainage patterns, et cetera. The orientation at the targeted depths, below 9,000 feet, it has a very different drainage ellipse than above 9,000. Can you talk through this slide?
This slide again is like similar to the one that was shown earlier. Again, using the FracPro modeling and using that same information to show what the more east-west orientation ellipsoid would look like within our horizontal program.
Okay. And to clarify a couple of things on here, we've got this slightly oriented, but largely east-west. The current setbacks are depicted over here at 660 feet away from the wellbore. If the request is granted today, it's requesting only 560 foot setbacks. So it appears there's still a significant or a sizable amount of clearance there. Can you address kind of what Altamont intends, or is that part of the development plans?
Right now, since our model is based on a computer model and we don't have the hard facts at this point in time, we're requesting the 560s as opposed to what other companies have done, requesting 330s. And so what we'd be looking at is getting this approval here, because this fits well within the 560 setbacks. But then as this would be developed, then you would gather more hard information, as in microseismic, to go ahead and look and try to get a better idea what's actually happening underground using the microseismic tools that are available to the industry. And then come back maybe in the future, depending what we see, and try to maybe then look at the 330s. But this time we feel this would be, this is showing that we are working within the current setback.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let me try and sum up if I can. In conclusion of all your exhibits I through O, and supplemental exhibit V, W, and O2. Do you believe that the request presented today, fairly protects correlative rights, maximizes resource recovery, and prevents any waste?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. I turn my time over to the division.
Division, do you have questions of this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, questions for this witness, Mr. Moon?
So I appreciate this last slide because it represents the east-west orientation at the deeper levels. My concern is your hill toe setback, you're sticking with the 660, the northwest, the north and the south, or you're going to the 560?
It's down to 560.
Okay, so side to side and up and down, you're 560?
That's the request before the board.
Correct. On the heel.
Yeah.
And the toe, correct, along with the
560.
side, yes.
Because if your orientation is truly pretty much east-west, at 560, you're leaving significant stranded resource. I understand it's, you're testing, it's yet to be seen, but it's been quite standard, the 330. If you're pretty confident it's an east-west orientation, a 330 would still leave you a couple hundred feet of cushion.
Yeah. I can answer that from initially 330s were requested, but understandably the division has a much more focused attention on setbacks and making sure the evidence submitted matches what's requested. And so, standard, I agree. I think it is fairly standard at this point. But I also think the division makes a good point. And Altamont, as they've said, they don't have the drilling details yet to go in and say, we are 100% certain that it's 330 is going to be sufficient, and I think that's what the division expects, is we have some data to support that. So Altamont, out of kind of respect for the process and understanding that this is iterative and going to be best accomplished through that process, just said 560 makes sense to get us that testing, figure out where we go from there.
Okay, yeah, and that makes some sense, because before you were showing pretty much a north-south orientation, and then the question was, why not drill laydowns in that case? But now you're seeing that it's deeper, it's east-west. And so I understand the need to be careful and conservative, but I just hope that there's not more than one well drilled. If it truly is an east-west orientation, that's a lot of stranded mineral.
Correct.
So
you're right. And we wanted to go, and I appreciate the time before the board so we could add this clarification, which we didn't do the first time around. And so I hope this makes it more clear in what we're looking for.
Yeah, and let me be clear. I don't think there's any question on the data as to the different stress regimes. That below 9,000, it will have this east-west azimuth. I don't think there's much question in the data there. I think the question is, this is modeling on the drainage ellipse, and I think until that modeling is put into real-time application, the division's going to have concerns, and Altamont necessarily wouldn't feel comfortable pushing hard on it.
And I think the other important part is that we're one of the few that have 3D seismic here in the basin. And we've got 3D seismic over this entire block. And so while I can't show it to you because obviously licensing agreements and so on, it fully supports going north-south or stand-up spacing units as well. And so we have that additional information, which I said, I'll discuss it with you, but I can't show it to you because of licensing.
okay, just one additional question. So it's a pretty large request area, and I appreciate the explanation of the surrounding spacing orders, everything to the south and to the east pretty much stand up. But the ones to the west are lay down. And when you cover 6 miles, there's a lot, be a lot of differences. And I understand you don't know exactly what those are right now. But how certain are you that those drilling units on the west side next to those axia laydowns truly need to be laid down?
There is a change in the structural orientation of the basin at that point in time. There's a bend. And so that is why you're seeing that where you can get the laydowns over in that area, is because at that point, you're starting to see the structural orientation change. And so that's why they're going more towards the laydowns, whereas where we are, we're still in what you see on to the south of us, where you have the stand-ups. And that again comes back to where the basin is actually changing its strike of the formations and how they're trending. And again, we have further supporting evidence, which I'm bringing up again, is just due to the 3D seismic that we have and what we're seeing, which provides us that additional information, which is more than just what the vertical well bores are providing here as well.
And in general, just I'm sure you've looked at the production of those wells to the south and to the west, the laydowns versus the stand-ups. What, in general, which are doing better?
At this point in time, I'd say they're similar. Okay, I don't think there's not like a big change or something like you might say, oh, this is definitely better than this one, because just like on the vertical wells, when you go look at how much a well is produced, you have to look at how much interval did they open up, how did they complete it, how much sand did they put in, how much fluid did they put in, and so you have to look at how did they frack it. And so there's a lot of other variables go in, but to answer your question in general, at this point in time, we're not seeing a big difference between them, in that they're still, being drilled according to where you would think they would be drilled in that stand-up or lay-down orientation, and you're still seeing similar results. Because again, like in the cross sections show that we have similar geology, similar lithology, and so that doesn't change. Even with that bend, you're still seeing that same geology, and so therefore you're going to see similar reserves and characteristics.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, along those same lines. On the, I appreciate that you could be very well leaving some reserves behind on this. Generally, how many wells do you plan on drilling before you do a reassessment as to what your setbacks are going to be and reappear here at the board?
Valid question, and I don't necessarily have the exact answer for you. Because, we might try different things of how many, what is going to be your spacing in the horizontal? You're going to do 300-foot intervals and try to set that off? You're going to do 400-foot intervals? Am I going to do all 100 mesh sand? Am I going to do some 100 mesh and some 40-70? There's a lot of variables in there that I'm sorry, I can't give a specific answer, because we'll be trying different things as we proceed to develop the property.
But does Altamont have any plans for wells currently that you can talk about?
Not in this area. We don't right at this point in time.
And are you going to run microseismic when you do your stimulation and stuff like that?
That is something that we're looking at, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And so to go ahead and answer your question about the heel and toe setbacks and so on, which Mr. Moon brought up.
Mr. Church.
Mr. Decker, do you have a geologic model or scenario on why the stress regime would change in the deeper formations relative to the shallow?
It has to do to the tectonics of the orogenies, the mountain building that was going on at the time. And that's what it's related to. It's related to the deeper horizons when the Wasatch Formation was being deposited, had a different stress regime because of what was going on, and again, with the mountain building and so on. And that is why you had the one regime, and then you come up the hole into the shallower formations, the upper Green River, the Mahogany, and so on. Then you saw a whole different stress orogenic regime going on at that point in time.
So the shallow orogenic events would also affect the deeper orogenic events?
No, those were already created at the time when that formations were deposited in that the process was going on to where, of course, they're being deposited as lake deposits, and then they're going ahead, and then you've got it to where and near lake deposits. And as those solidified, you had a different stress regime going on than what you had in the shallower. And then the shallower was impacting that up there. And it would have an impact on the lower part too, but not to the degree that was done when it was being laid down.
Thank you.
Mr. Borden.
Sorry, this is a bit of Basin 101. Between the Wasatch and the Green River, is there an unconformity, and how long would that hiatus have been between these two tectonic events?
There is not a
There's
major
not.
unconformity, no.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayo.
Okay, with that, I'm done with Mr. Decker. You can take a seat. And I'd like to call my next witness, Mr. Alan Burzlaff. All right. Mr. Burzlaff, let me see if I can get to where we're supposed to be. Would you please state your name and spell your last name, if you could, for the court reporter, and the business address you work from?
Yes, my name is Alan Burzlaff. Last name spelled Burzlaff. Business address 5001 California Avenue, Bakersfield, California, 93309.
Okay, and can you please tell the board your title and your job responsibilities generally, and as they relate to the lands that are under consideration here today?
My title is a senior manager.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you need to have that.
That's my fault.
Title senior manager engineering, and I'm a consultant reservoir engineer for Altamont.
Okay, and are you working on currently the lands under consideration here today?
Yes, I've been working with Altamont for about 2 years now on these lands, and our company has been working with Altamont on these lands since they acquired them in 2018.
Okay. Now, before I begin with my examination of Mr. Burzlaff, I'd like to qualify him as an expert in petroleum reservoir engineering, if that's okay. Mr. Burzlaff, similar to Mr. Decker, if you could please describe your qualifications, expertise, your education, relevant work experience, and, relevant experience particular to the Uinta Basin would be great.
Yes. I'm, as I said, a contract petroleum engineer for Altamont. I currently manage consulting projects that are providing expertise in reservoir engineering, economics, property evaluation, reserves, thermal recovery, reservoir simulation, and more recently, carbon sequestration. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the Colorado School of Mines. My experience, I have over 40 years experience. The first 12 years of my experience was with an upstream oil producer, Tentacle Oil Company. And I had 2 assignments, one in California where I worked California projects, and the other was in Denver, working Rocky Mountain Rockies projects, primarily in the Williston Basin and San Juan Basin, but some in the Uinta Basin. After my tenure with Tenneco, I spent the next 30 plus years as a consulting reservoir engineer, as well as an industry course instructor, working on projects all around the world for the consulting firm I was with, but largely focused in either the Rockies or in California, where a lot of my time had been spent.
Okay. And did you say your firm, you've been working with this asset since Altamont acquired it?
Our company has, and I've been working on it for the past 2 years.
Okay. And
personally.
would you say you have a familiarity with this asset to be able to testify about it from
Yes.
a reservoir perspective?
Yes, Altamont's not my only client in Uinta Basin. I have another client as well. So
Okay.
yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. Any questions from the division? Okay.
So
I'd like to move to admit Mr. Burzloff as an expert.
the division has no
No objections or questions.
objection.
for that matter.
Okay. Board members, any objections? We'll admit him as an expert.
Thank you for that. Mr. Burzloff, similar to the two prior witnesses, I'd like to go through a few exhibits with you that detail with the engineering portion of this hearing. Exhibit P, Q, R, S, and T. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or under your direction or supervision?
Yes, they were prepared by me or under my direction.
Okay. Exhibit P. This is titled Map of Offset 1280 Horizontal Wells for Type Curve. Can you please point out the area we're here to discuss today and what information it's depicted on here relevant to the hearing?
Right, great. This is a land base map. The light blue boundary is the proposed spacing area we've been talking about this morning. This map, the purpose of this map is to show all the horizontal wells within this 6 township range area. You can see they're mostly located in the bottom 3 township and ranges. There's 28 horizontal wells that are approximately 2 miles long, 1.5 to 1.8 miles long, so roughly 2 sections. There is one, it's not shown on here, but one short lateral horizontal well in that mix there. The purpose then is to take the information, particularly the production information, right, from these 28 wells to get an idea of what Altamont might realize when it drills, if the spacing is approved, 2 mile laterals or approximately 2 mile laterals in the new 1280 spacing units. So these are the 28 wells that we used. There are, I think, 20 stand-ups and 8 laydowns in this pool of horizontal wells.
Okay, and to be clear, you said there's one short lateral horizontal, but it's not depicted on here. It's not included in the type curve analysis either.
No.
Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
it's not. Only the wells that were included in the type curve are on this map.
But the point is predominantly development is on 1280 basis rather than short laterals.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit Q. This is the type curve that was prepared from the prior exhibit, those wells. Can you walk through, as I demonstrate here on the bottom, what this is and what it shows?
Yes, this shows the oil production versus time from each of those 28 horizontal wells. Each color, or each well is represented by a specific color, and they all are normalized to start at the same point in time. And this is a common method to give us an idea how to come up with an average, what an average well might make that has yet to be drilled. On this plot, the x-axis along the bottom is months, and on the y-axis, that's barrels of oil production per month on a semi-logarithmic scale.
Okay, so can you give us kind of the board a ballpark of kind of beginning production, what these wells typically are seeing in the range of as they begin and kind of where they end up 3 or 4 years down the line?
Right.
And
So
I don't know if it's difficult to see on your end.
No, I can tell. First of all, there's 2 lines that have been drawn through that cloud of data. First is a blue line that has white circles. That is actually the average at each month of each of those of the well's production in that given month. So that's an average curve drawn through there. You can see at the end it kind of starts to flatten, maybe go up a little bit. That's, I think, largely an influence. We only have a few horizontal wells out at that point in time. The black line on the bottom shows the number of horizontal wells. You can see we start with 28, and then after about 3 years, we're down to 5 wells that have that much production history. So you can see these wells have not been on more than 4 years, let's say, at the time this was plotted. The next line is the dashed magenta line or red line. That is our type curve. That is what we're using for all our engineering analysis for in particular economics and what to expect production wise. And it starts about the peak is 27,000 barrels per month, about 900 barrels a day. And after a year, that's down to 10,000 barrels a month, about 300 barrels a day. And then after about, if you go out 36 months, that's about 3 years, we're down to about 5,000 barrels of oil per month, and which is about 160 barrels a day.
Okay. So to summarize, if I can, this blue dotted line that travels up here is the average. It doesn't closely follow the type curve, but that's likely because of a small sample size of 1 or 2 wells for that average at that time.
Yes, the type curve is we're trying to predict what a average well will make, and we believe that it's going to follow the magenta line more than the blue line with the white dots when we get late in the life there, or when there's only a few horizontal wells being sampled.
Okay. Exhibit R. This has a lot of economics information on there. Can you describe what's most important about this and point out some of the details that you'd like the board to be aware of?
Yes, this first on the left is the same plot that we looked at on the last exhibit. The dashed reddish line is a green line on this plot. And that's our production forecast in barrels of oil per month. And that's, you can see, going 28 years. The other lines represent other products that are expected from the well. The blue line is the average projected average water production, barrels per month. The red dotted line is the average or the estimated gas production, natural gas production or solution gas production from the well. The purple line that's flat is just a ratio between the oil and the gas, called a gas oil ratio.
Okay.
Okay, on the right side then are the economics. You can see these wells are very economic. The oil production for that, the well life ends up being about a little over 30 years, 914,000 barrels of oil, gross oil production. And you can see the water or the gas and water oil ratio. The rate of return after we apply our prices and expenses and take out taxes, rate of return about 74% rate of return, and a payout of less than 2 years for the pricing scenario used for these economics. That price forecast is shown below under prices. It was at the time this slide was put together, we used the NYMEX future strip for oil and West Texas Intermediate and Henry Hub gas right at the first of the year. And at that time, oil prices were about $74 a barrel starting out, and or about $74 a barrel, and I don't have the gas. It was about $4 an MCF. And you can see that we've applied the differentials, what Altamont expects to sell the product for. The Uinta oil and goes for less than the full value of what the West Texas Intermediate futures are. About 92% is what Altamont expects. And then gas, there's always processing and shrinkage as it goes through plants and things like that. And you sell realize about 50% of the gas price. And then taxes shown below, over the life of the well, $2.6 million worth of state and local taxes.
From the production of each horizontal well in this area is estimated.
Yes, from each well.
Okay. Exhibit S.
I might
Oh.
mention, I forgot to mention one
Sorry.
thing, Mitch. Yesterday, oil was $92 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate.
Okay.
So a little bit higher
So it if anything, it would change the economics in a
in
positive
a,
way.
in a more positive way.
Okay. But currently, even with these prices, these wells are economic as planned.
Yes.
Exhibit S. This is
All right. This is a map that the board and division's probably seen a lot. We call it a bubble map. Each bubble or dot represents a vertical well in the proposed spacing area. And you can see there's about there's a maximum spacing, right, of 4 wells allowed. So there's 2 to 4 wells in each section. And they have produced over a period of time. And this represents the cumulative oil that has, or actually it's the expected ultimate oil recovery from each well. The cumulative oil here, or the expected ultimate oil recoveries is a sum of the cumulative oil, in this case through June of last year, plus what we believe are the remaining oil to be produced from these wells to the end of their life. We've color coded the bubbles. Normally, the bubble size is in proportion to the size of the expected recovery, but we've color coded these because we have a range instead of putting the bubble, what you might see, the bubble, the size of what the actual expected recovery is for each well. We put these in buckets. And so the lighter color, or the blue colors, the purple and blue, are 100 to 2,000 barrels of ultimate recovery. The red, the dark red is around 1 million barrels or 1 million plus barrels to expect to be recovered from those wells. So your eye can kind of tell you where the really good wells are. The total expected recovery from the proposed spacing area is 72 million barrels from these vertical wells.
okay. Just from the vertical wells that are allowed under the current existing 139.84 spacing order.
That's
The
right.
4 wells per section.
If there are some sections that don't have 4 wells that could drill 4 wells, but this is for the existing wells that are there now.
Okay. Exhibit T.
I'm sorry, Mitch, could you go back to that previous slide?
Of course.
That's the existing vertical wells, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this next slide there's a lot of numbers and words on here, but what we're focusing on here is we know what the production is from the vertical wells. Well, how much is left, for the horizontal wells, even though some of those vertical wells may be producing at different levels than where the horizontal wells are going to be drilled. Let's just do an inventory and see, is there enough oil left to be recovered to be worthwhile drilling these wells. And on the left gray box is the stock tank oil initially in place. And one of the net pay thickness that's associated with the most likely targets that Altamont has is about 700 feet. There's some different estimates there for porosity and oil saturation and other reservoir engineering parameters. But the bottom line is about 109 million barrels of oil in place for these target formations per section, or if we add up all 32 sections, 3.5 billion barrels. So it's a large amount of oil there. And then we look over, we have our vertical well recovery at the top there. We know that's 72 million expected ultimate recovery from all the vertical wells. When we divide that into, or about 2.2 million barrels per section, if you divide by the number of sections, equally. For that amount of stock take oil in place on the left, that's only about a 2% recovery. So very low. And it's not unexpected. This is very low permeability rock. It's very difficult to extract oil. That's why they're hydraulically fractured. Then below is the horizontal development. If all 12 wells per 1280 spacing unit are drilled, all 16 drilling units are developed. There's 32 of those. That's a total of 192 horizontal wells. From our economics slide, we have 914,000 barrels per horizontal well. If we just multiply that out and add it up, we have a total horizontal recovery of 175 million barrels, or about 5.5 million barrels per section. And we divide that into our stock tank oil initially in place. That's another 5% recovery to add to what the vertical wells will recover. And that is still a very low number, approximately 7% of the original stock tank oil in place.
Okay, so this, if I can sum up this, if the long lateral horizontals requested here today are approved, and if all 12 of those wells are drilled in each 16 of the spacing units, you would anticipate, based on your modeling, a cumulative oil recovery from those horizontal wells of about 175 million barrels, about 5% of the oil in place from that horizontal development.
Yes.
Okay. With that, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Burzloff. I turn it over to the division.
Division, do you have questions of this witness?
Yes, we do.
Please proceed.
Dustin Doucette for the division. Mitch, if you could turn to Exhibit S, just kind of a follow-up. I think your testimony on Exhibit T kind of explained, the recovery, et cetera. I just kind of want to follow up on the amount of vertical development existing in the subject lands here compared to the areas where you got your type curve information and your ultimate recovery for that type curve. Is it fairly similar development as far as vertical wells in that area as well? And would you expect a change to that type curve as a result in this area?
Yeah, I would say yes. It's similar vertical well development where we see our type, or where we got our horizontal wells for the type curve, because the existing spacing rules of 4 wells per section are in place for those. And so they're generally, yes, the same. There's not 4 wells in every section as you see here. There's not 4 wells in every section down there. It's 2 to 4 seems to be a good number.
So you expect it to be pretty similar to what you're proposing or what you're projecting from those type curves in this area?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Board members, you have questions of this witness? Well, we'll go to my right, and then we'll finish off on the left. Mr. Moon? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. All the way to the left, huh?
Yes,
Okay.
well, all the way to the right.
So this area has always been fascinating to me because these wells, these old vertical wells, produce so much oil. But there's gaps in them. Why weren't there? Maybe this is a question for Mr. Decker too, but why weren't more vertical wells? There's some sections there that only have, 1 or 2 million barrel wells. Why hasn't someone drilled some more vertical wells there in the last 20 years? It did, because those wells couldn't have, they're 160 acre spacing. You figure all of that has been drained. And then kind of my follow-up question to that is, do we know what intervals are primarily, contributing to that production? And are those the same intervals you're going to be drilling? But just overall, this area is just really interesting.
And that is a very, very good question, which I was going to point out. The big circles here, the dark red circles, are from the deeper Wasatch. So they've got higher pressure and, like I say, they're below our targets. So our targets are above these big wells right here. To address your other issue with respect to how much has been drained is, well, this shows a perfect world and it's a perfect circle. We know it's not a perfect circle. And based on the imaging logs that I showed earlier, based on the 3D seismic, we know we got extensive natural fracturing. So in some cases, these are going to be bigger wells because they're benefiting from the overpressuring and they're also benefiting from the natural fracturing, which then could cause drainage for the offset wells, which would explain possibly why there hasn't been, a whole lot of other drilling going on, because that portion may have already been drained. And so it had to go back and look again, detailed geology and what is the natural fracture patterns. But again, the important thing here is that our targets are above the deep red circles that you see here.
So what you're saying is those natural fractures deeper did reach out quarter mile, half mile,
Correct.
way out there. And so most of that pressure has been relieved, and that's why you don't have more vertical wells.
Well, yeah, we know the pressure's come down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not near what it was originally. It was overpressured, and we have seen it in areas, and I'm not going to throw out numbers because it depends on where you are within that drainage ellipsoid, but you do see where the pressure has come down in that township over 30 plus years, 40 years.
Okay. If I can just ask a couple questions to help Mr. Decker clarify some of his testimony. He has said, repeatedly, the cumulative oil map with the dark red circles, those are the deep Wasatch, and they're below the targeted formations. But to be clear, those are located within the spaced interval that we're seeking to space here today. They're just below what Altamont intends to target. So just to clarify, they are included in the spacing request. They're just not intended to be targeted because of that depletion. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. But also when you're looking at, okay, let's take the deep horizons. If you go all the way down to the Flagstaff in the Wasatch, you're 12,000 feet. Okay. And by the time you go down 12,000 feet and you go out 2 miles, you're looking at a 25 to 30,000 foot well. Okay. And even with today's oil prices, that's going to, economics definitely play into that. And so again, why we're targeting the shallow horizons due to economics, but also because it has not had that development like we've seen in the deeper Wasatch.
Were those old wells were they fracked, or were they just back 20, 30 years ago? There was no such thing, right?
Right. It was a mixed bag then and stuff,
Okay.
right? But they had enough natural fracturing and so on to where they could produce on their own. For some.
Are those wells perforated in the horizon you're going to be drilling?
No, they're not.
They're not even, okay.
Just a point of clarification to one of the questions that Mr. Moon asked. He mentioned that he thought that the vertical wells had drained the Flagstaff a quarter to a half a mile distance from the wellbore itself. Is that accurate?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's say it can, and we've seen it. Okay. So
To get that much oil, they had to be reaching out a long ways.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Does that sum up your questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Garrison?
This is actually probably a question for Mr. Oborn. What percentage ownership does Altamont have in the requested area? Lease ownership.
Due to the, I'll just say, Altamont's ownership within the cause outline is all held by production, all held by existing vertical wells. And of the 32 sections, I believe we are operating in around 20 of them right now, and then have working interest in additional wells that are operated by others. And so probably between 75 and 80%
Throughout the
throughout the cause area.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll go over here to my left. Questions, Mr. Church.
Mr. Decker, I wanted to follow up on some more of these wells. Are you saying then that none of these deep wells have been reperforated in the lower Green River and come up?
There may be some recompletions, but I haven't looked at every one of these to tell you exactly if they have or have not.
Have you determined whether is the lower Green River in an overpressured regime?
It is not.
And it was not earlier either?
That is correct.
Okay. And has there been any fracking done on the developmental wells in this area at all that you're aware of?
Oh, I'm sure there's been some done within the area.
Okay, I was just wondering if there was communication in the fracks between wells that have been done.
I wouldn't have that knowledge. I know they're within the basin. I can testify that, yes, there is some communication in certain areas, but I can't tell you specifically about this one.
Okay, so you're saying that the initial pressure, the overpressure has been drawn down in the deeper Wasatch.
Correct.
But as far as the lower Green River is concerned, there is not, or you don't expect a drawdown from the existing reservoir pressures or that were original.
The lower Green River is normally pressured. And, I am not aware of any significant drawdown like you've seen in the deeper Wasatch that was overpressured.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, seeing no other questions from the board for this witness, Mr. Mayo, if you'd like to finish up, and we'll turn the time over to the division when you're done.
Sure. With that, thank you, Mr. Burzlaff and Mr. Decker. With that, I'm done with my witnesses and our case in chief. It's probably appropriate to move for admission of exhibits now, but I'm happy to do that after the division's case as well.
Yeah, let's wait until after, and then
Okay.
we can bid them. So the division, Ms. Sousa.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hansen. We've been pleased with the testimony that was provided today and with the additional exhibits that were provided. And so the division is in support of the requested relief.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mayo, I guess we'll turn it back over to you for summation, and then, well, go ahead.
Yeah.
I have a question I wanted to ask, but I'll wait till you're done.
Sure. Well, I'll keep my sum up brief. This is as has been pointed out, a fairly standard spacing request. In fact, in some ways, a little more conservative than we're used to seeing. All the legal requirements have been met, and no one has objected. And so, with that, without too much more, I'd respectfully request the board approve this spacing order as pled. Thank you.
I know that we have one person, Miss Rosemary Wall, that had requested to make comment, and I assume that it's appropriate at this time to allow her to make her comment if she's still wishes to do so. If you could go ahead and turn on your mic, tell us your name, who you represent, and address, and spell your name out for the court reporter. We'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Rosemary Wall. I reside in Farmington, Utah. Do you need my address? No? Thank you. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you, Chairman Hansen, distinguished board members, representatives of the Department of Natural Resources, Mr. Mayo. the guests of Altamont Oil, and other distinguished witnesses. As I said, I reside in Farmington, Utah in the winter and frequently visit our property, our family property in Mount Emmons, Utah during the other seasons. Again, as a citizen of the state of Utah, a shareholder in Altamont Energy, and a landowner in Duchesne County, I strongly request that the Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining deny the action before the board today, namely docket number 2022-003, cause number 130-11. On the basis that Utah, albeit much of the western part of our country, is experiencing critical drought conditions, and further drilling in the Uinta Basin, especially on the lands controlled by Altamont Oil, would immediately and severely impact the already critically low levels of potable water in the Green River Water District. And the effects of the water usage will affect generations of farmers, ranchers, and the other landowners of this environmentally fragile area. The request before the board this day will allow approximately 384 new wells in one section and 192 wells on the other. If we calculate the national average of water needed to drill, only to drill a new well, at 1 million gallons of water per well, just for drilling purposes, that figure is 576 million gallons of water. That does not even take into consideration the millions of gallons currently used daily to maintain the hundreds of oil-producing wells in the basin. As a shareholder in Altamont Oil, I continue to raise my objections to any new drilling permits sought by Altamont Oil or any other oil company drilling in the Uinta Basin based on the critical drought designation. Since the last meeting of this board in December 2021, I have narrowed my focus to the obvious and required relationship between oil and gas production and the use of water resources. My goal was to answer 3 questions. Number 1, how much water does Altamont Oil consume per day in drilling new wells and in maintaining current wells? A simple question. Number 2, what is the source or sources of water used by Altamont Oil in its drilling and production? For example, is it pumped from the Duchesne River, from private wells, from public reservoirs? Number 3, who issues and grants this water usage by Altamont Oil and other operators in the Uinta Basin? What state, county, or local entity is accountable? I have researched the internet, reviewing countless documents, made dozens of phone calls to state agencies, county agencies, local water boards, all without any answers to my questions and without viable resource direction given. I decided to go to the source, to call Altamont Oil directly, and for 3 consecutive days was answered only by a very confusing call answering service. On the 3rd day, I was able to speak to a human, and an employee whose name I will give you if you wish, returned my call, for which I was very grateful. I asked him my 3 core questions. He was unable to give me any information, although he assured me that he was someone in the company who had access to information. And he told me that he would return my call before this hearing. I have yet to hear from him. It has been brought to my attention that the Utah Department of Natural Resources is ultimately responsible for managing the resources of the state, specifically for this case, oil, gas, and water, and that this department is constrained by Utah law to be a tick box body in responsibility as defined by Utah law. I commend you all for your honorable service as members of this board, however limited your powers may be. My plea to this board today, recognizing your power to check all of the boxes requested by Altamont Oil in granting permission in this action, my plea is that you deny this request based on the woeful lack of water usage information available to the public, for whom your responsibility is ultimately, and perhaps the understated and undermanaged relationship within the Department of Natural Resources as it coordinates to best possible use of our state's precious resources. It is inconceivable to me that in all of the documents, surveys, studies, and reports generated by the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining and the Division of Water Resources, and I have a copy of the new Utah Water Plan that was issued, I believe, last week. Not since 1991 in my research have we had a new Utah Comprehensive Water Use Plan. And as I read that 1991 document, it was based on research from 1982. So I was glad to see there was something new out. I haven't had a chance to read it all, but there was no specific mention of water usage in the Uinta Basin as there was in the 1991 report. Both entities under the umbrella of the Department of Natural Resources, there is no evidence of any coordination between these two entities in managing the oil and gas production and the very hand-in-hand protection of our public water resources. My platform today is before this board. My responsibility as a citizen, shareholder, and landowner, and human being surviving on this planet is to the generations that follow me. My first great-grandchild was born yesterday on 2/22/22. And as I received the notice of her birth and pictures as she took her first breaths, I paused my preparation for this hearing to savor the moment. However, my thoughts moved forward through her projected lifetime, perhaps into the next century. And my responsibility to her and to my children and grandchildren to use my voice in whatever platform I am permitted to advocate for their futures, to ensure that there will be enough water to sustain life as we know it. I have to start somewhere. This is where I choose to start, with this one board, with this one decision. Please, deny this action. Use your power to do some good for the generations that come after us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. I might note that my mother and stepfather were both born and raised in Altamont.
So were mine and my husband's. And we have a long history out in the Uinta Basin. It was very sad this year when we went at the end of the season to use Big Sand Wash Reservoir. And as I said before, there was not even enough water in the Big Sand Wash Reservoir to launch a kayak. We had to move through our 3-headed steer that we usually graze on our property to another property that had more water shares. because we only got 3 water days last summer and our field dried up.
It's a statewide problem. Mr. Mayo, would you like to respond to Ms. Wall's comments?
Real briefly, at first, I'd like to thank Ms. Wall for coming in and speaking publicly. I spoke with Ms. Wall several times on the phone over the last couple months, and I've really appreciated her perspective. I encouraged her to come here today to voice her opinion. However, I also told her my legal opinion that it's likely not relevant to this hearing. I can't see anywhere in the statutes or rules or regulations that are relevant to spacing where usage of water is legally allowed to be considered by this board. So I sympathize and I understand the position Ms. Wall's in, and I genuinely, personally, really appreciate her coming here today and making her statements. A couple clarifications. She mentioned she's a shareholder in Altamont Energy. That's kind of Uinta Basin vernacular. She has oil and gas shares or mineral rights that are in Altamont's operations. She's not a shareholder of Altamont Energy Operating. And that's it. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Moon.
But the oil companies have to have water rights, and either acquired or leased or whatever from whatever water source. And when is that in the permitting process that's verified that there are water rights to be? I've never focused on that. So I know, I just know that I hear they're getting the water from this water company or that water company or this person or that person, but.
Yeah, Dustin Doucette for the division again. Yeah, they're required to report their source of water on every APD that they submit. So they're required to have a source of water. And like you said, it can be purchased from a water district or whatever, different water rights, but they're required to put that on every APD that's submitted. Yeah.
Ms. Garrison.
This is probably a question for Mr. Decker also. Do you reuse a lot of the water from one well to another? It's not always a new source. Is that correct?
That is correct. First off, we don't use any additional water with our producing wells. Obviously, they make water, but we don't use any additional water for that. And for the programs that we're looking at doing, we have used recycled water. We have used produced water. We've treated it in a form called dichlor, in which we have done our hydraulic fracturing. And we are looking at that with this program. Again, expressing the concerns that Mrs. Wall has and acknowledging that, we're all cognizant of water. And so our plan is to go ahead, and majority of our water will be produced water that we treat could be drilling purposes and also fracking purposes. And we've done that before.
Do you store that water in a reservoir or in a closed system?
We store it there's several different methods we're looking at right now. There is one company that we're speaking with that already has a pit and that has produced water in it, and that we would go ahead and use some of that water. We're also looking at big tanks. Poseidon tanks in particular is one we're looking at. And there's another brand of tanks we're also researching to go ahead and put the produced water into it. And the produced water may be several miles away. And then we're going to use flat line hoses and pumps to go ahead and pump it from that source to where we'd be using it on our drilling pads.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So what I heard you say is that you'll be using very little surface water, available water that would be used for irrigation or other uses, livestock. You'll be using mostly produced water.
That is what we're looking at right now, sir. And exactly for the same reasons Mrs. Wall is saying. We do get approached by individuals who are willing to sell their water. But most of the time there's not that, it's not enough for what we would need for our purposes. And so where our most water is, and Altamont Energy has its own saltwater disposal system. And so we have, and it's in place, and we're going ahead and injecting that water, into obviously it's deep water. It's below the base of the saline, aquifer and the mapping and so on. And so we go ahead and inject that water, but that is also the source of our water to go ahead and move with our drilling and completion activities.
And just to clarify a little bit for the board, kind of behind the scenes, Altamont has traditionally been a vertical developer. Most of their development, if not all of their development, has been vertical wells. There's a different water concern and water volumes with vertical production than there is with horizontal. And so I just wanted to clarify that Altamont's not looking into this anew because it's now raised. Altamont's looking into this because they're in the process of beginning in earnest a horizontal drilling program. And so the needs and requirements for water input and output management are totally different. Is that fair?
That's fair. And I mean, obviously I've worked with Ms. Sierra, I've worked with Ms. Garrison for many years. And in a previous life, there was Gasco Energy. And through Gasco Energy, that's where we really began doing all recycled water. And that was all part of our environmental impact statement, which Ms. Sierra helped us get approved back in the mid 2000s, thereabouts. And so, but that has always been, our source of with Gasco, we did use all recycled water in which we treated it.
Thank you. Division, do you have any comments or response to the comment that was made by Ms. Wall?
No, the division does not. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that we're back, I think, to you, Mr. Mayo, where you can submit your exhibits.
Yeah.
I did have a question. In your packet, you had exhibits U1 through U4. Were those to be admitted?
If the board would like. I submit resumes as exhibits because I know the board sometimes likes to look at them and review them. I don't think they're necessary because they've been, they've now testified about the contents of their resumes and been accepted as experts. So I think for ease, we should accept them just for simplicity, but I don't know that it's legally necessary. And at this point, if Chairman, if it's my turn, I'd like to move formally for admission of all of the exhibits submitted and reviewed here today, Exhibit A through U4, and then supplemental exhibits V, W, and O2. In addition, I know the board often likes to have the Exhibit A to the request for agency action admitted, and so I'd like to move for that admission as well.
Okay, we will admit those.
Okay. Is there a vote necessary, or is that, sorry, I didn't know if it was a...
Yes, I was going to say, is there a motion to accept these exhibits? I'm sorry. Oh, Julianne, yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I have permission to ask Mr. Mayo a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Oops.
You turned it off.
Mr. Mayo, during your opening statements, you requested that the board take administrative or judicial notice of certain orders. Could you please clarify which kind of notice you would like the board to take? And could you please restate the cause numbers of the orders that you would like to have?
Yes, I believe
taken of.
I believe technically it's judicial notice, but because it's an administrative body, sometimes they feel more comfortable taking administrative notice. So I think it's legally, it's a similar term. I would say let's take administrative notice of these. And the orders are Order 139, 153, 154, 157, 159, and 163.
And for the record, the board will take notice of those administrative orders.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The division has something interesting to share, if you would care to hear it.
I'm sorry?
I actually just read the rule this morning on notice.
Okay.
And actually in our rule, it's 641-108-200 sub 204. It's called official notice. Fun fact.
I change, and I'd like to request that the board take official notice. Thank you.
We will make that note. Well, I think at this time it's probably appropriate for the board to deliberate and discuss this matter. So we will go off the record and go to our room to deliberate. We'll be back, when we're done. Just a minute before we leave, need to ask my legal bodyguard a question here. Okay, we will go off the record now and do our deliberations. So we'll be back when we're finished. Okay, we'll go back on the record. We've had an opportunity to discuss this matter, and I believe at this point, motion may be in order.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the spacing request as requested.
The motion before us is to approve this request as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
The motion has been seconded. Is there, we'll vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. The motion is passed. Mr. Mayo, will you prepare the order? Okay, thank you. Before we get started on this next matter, there's just a little bit of cleanup that we need to do. In the briefing session, it was noted that we were going to have a working lunch with some training. That has been continued to the next hearing, which will occur in March. And I think it's probably appropriate, since it is noon, that we go ahead and break for lunch. 1 o'clock. Is that? We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. So for now, we'll go off the record and come back at 1. Thank you.
1.
Okay. We've had our lunch recess and we will go back on the record. The next docketed item on the agenda is docket number 2022-002, cause number S/035/0053 in the matter of the request for agency action of Tree Farm LLC for a declaratory ruling regarding 1, the completeness of Tree Farm's NOI-SMO S/035/0053, and 2, the sufficiency of Tree Farm's proposed reclamation surety. At this time, we'll take appearances of counsel. Tree Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cass Wallen. I'm an attorney at Parr Brown Guillen Loveless here in Salt Lake City. We're here on behalf of Tree Farm. I also have my law partner here with me. His name is Justin Matkin.
Sorry, I didn't recognize you, Cass, with the beard. Division.
Haley Souza with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I also have Charles Lyons here. We're both with the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Interveners. If you'll grab the mic and pull it closer to you.
Sorry, Janelle Bauer here for Save Our Canyons.
And Michael Keller for Intervenor City of Mill Creek. I'm with the Fabian Van Cott firm in Salt Lake.
There was a partnership. I'm sorry, we couldn't quite hear you. There was some interference. If you could repeat that.
Tristan Jaffe of Michael Best and Frederick on behalf of Richard's Family Partnership. My partner, Evan Strasberg, will be joining me as well.
That we can't understand. Hold on. Paul, is there something we can do to clean that up, or?
It appears to be an audio condition on the remote parties end.
Okay. Sounds like it's a problem on your end, sir. How do we fix this?
If we could have counsel inside the Google Meet environment, there's 3 dots. If you could click in settings and confirm you're using the audio source, whether it's USB camera, Bluetooth device, built-in microphone, etc. If you could please check your audio.
Meantime, we still need
If council is having a bandwidth condition, if you would mute your camera, that may also improve the situation. It does sound like a microphone failure on your computer.
I don't know if that audio is any better, but I can try dialing in separately as well.
That's much better.
We have good copy. Thank you, sir.
Again, so Steve Jaffe of Michael Best and Friedrich on behalf of Richard's Family Partnership.
Could you spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N, J-O-F-F-E-E.
Okay, thank you. Now.
And then if I may, Russell Vetter with the Salt Lake City Attorney's Office appearing on behalf of Salt Lake City.
And that's V-E-T-T-E-R?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the parties that are represented here today. At this point, I should point out that the volunteer board here does have a few members that live within the boundaries of Salt Lake City or Mill Creek, but none of them have expressed a desire to recuse themselves, or do they need to, as far as we believe. But I guess we would have to ask the parties who are presenting today whether or not they have an issue of having members of the board live within the boundaries of the interveners.
We have no problem with that, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have any objections either.
The city of Mill Creek has no objection.
No concerns from Salt Lake City.
Save Our Canyons has no objection.
No objection from Richard's family. Great, thank you. Now, Tree Farm has filed a request for agency action regarding a declaratory ruling from the board. And we've been reviewing the board regulations pertaining to the declaratory, why am I having so much trouble? Declaratory ruling that are, this is a bit unusual, and this is the first time the board has met as a quorum to consider this matter. Therefore, I think that the board should take this opportunity to review the rules by taking an opportunity to deliberate, and as to the initial procedure that the board wants to take in this matter. So I think, board members, we're going to take a minute, go off the record, deliberate about this, and then come back and go on to the record. Any issues with that? And we beg your patience. Again, we have not had an opportunity to have these discussions as a quorum. And we're going to take that opportunity right now. So we'll go off the record. All right, we are going to go back on the record. We've had an opportunity to discuss this matter, and the first matter before us is in regard to the declaratory ruling.
Don't miss any of the fun.
And we undertook our obligation to review options under 641-111. We're ready to proceed with a vote on that rule. I will entertain a motion for issuing a binding declaratory ruling on this matter. Is there anybody willing to make that motion?
Also move.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, then that motion is carried. During our discussion, it became apparent that we were faced with a very difficult decision. And this matter is a complex and difficult matter for us to rule on. And one of the things that we feel very strongly about is the board and the division's authority. There is a statute, 40-8-7, that discusses the board and division's authority. And that statute also relates to 40-8-13. We believe that none of the parties have adequately addressed that statute, and that proceeding going forward, we believe that the parties should provide a detailed brief on that particular statute and how it impacts this request for agency action. So what I'm asking the parties to do is to provide supplemental briefings on 40-8-7 and the associated statutes. I want them to be the briefings, a 10-page maximum, and prepared within 14 days from the date of the order, and to have simultaneous filings. I think that these supplemental briefings are critical to the decision that the board needs to make. And therefore, we appreciate the fact that everyone is here. They've taken time to be here. We appreciate the fact that this is probably not the path that everybody wanted to take today. However, I think it's in the best interest of a defensible and proper ruling by the board. And Tree Farm, we apologize that this is stringing you out. We want these presentations, these briefings to be ready for the March hearing. And to the public and to the other interveners, we apologize that we're putting you off for another 30 days. But again, we believe this is important enough to do so. So, board members, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
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 We'll go off the record.